Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the stream. I'm newtmechanist, and tonight we are going to be continuing our playthrough of the Great Ace Attorney after some delay. We may or may not be on the last trial of this game. I see Average Gamer is rejoining us tonight. Welcome. You're in for something completely different from spooky camera games. Are you familiar with the Phoenix Wright series? Hey there, Sidey. Welcome. Back, you're joining us right at the start. All right. Well, this is the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. This is in the same kind of fictional universe as Phoenix Wright, but it takes place in the past. Supposedly, the main character in this one is an ancestor of Phoenix Wright. That's right, Rex. Well, I appreciate that this is the best thing that you could think of doing, Sidey. Oh, and Gumi. Welcome, welcome. Just giving Sammy some back scratches while we chat here. Ember and Sky snuggling up there. Ember gets jealous of the other cats. She's only very confrontational when she has claimed a spot and one of the other cats gets up in her business. Usually it's when one of the younger cats, like Sherbet, does. But yeah. Let's see. Let's get in here. It's a very narrative game, so we can keep chatting as we go, and as I try to remember what we were doing last time. Well, that's good, Sidey. I appreciate that. That. Switch to that. Push this button. Now, it may not be apparent, but I have spent the last probably 12 hours or so frantically pulling cables and whatnot to try to get to the bottom of the Monster Hunter World performance issues that we had during the last collab stream. Because I'd like that not to happen again. So, for one, my avatar is being projected from the streaming computer now. Isn't that neat? It still works. But that was a little song and dance to accomplish. It did not fix the issue, though I will still be using it because I'm not undoing it. But I've tried all kinds of different software adjustments and whatnot, and ultimately, what seems to be working is taking the graphics card out, moving it one slot down, reconnecting it, and then starting up the computer again. I have done the computer hardware equivalent of taking out the Nintendo cartridge, blowing on the connectors, and reinserting it, and somehow that seems to be working. I am cautiously optimistic, but also kind of furious. Why you do this to me, universe? But hopefully that's the issue. And that we won't encounter any technical difficulties in this stream. It's going to be totally scuff-free. Hey there, applesauce. Welcome. So let's see, where were we? I know we're in part 2 of the last trial. I believe it's the last trial. I can't imagine that the second to last trial would be divided into 2 chapters. It shouldn't be possible, Applesauce. Scuff-free shouldn't be possible. But I feel like today it's going to happen. It's going to be great. Just great. He said just as Scuff happens. The timing on that. The timing. Oh, dear. There we go. Okay, well, that can still happen. The fact that it's still happening implies to me that the source of the issue is a program called Vitamins. I'm going to assume that is the case, but I'm not going to change off of that program because it's the only thing that makes my eyes and mouth work properly. It's the equivalent of looking up to the heavens and spitting at the gods, you know? There's a pretty good chance it's going to come right back at you. Perhaps electrified. I feel confident that this is the final trial, if for no other reason than the chapter is indicated as final. The silence threw me off for a moment there. But we're getting right back into it. Again, this is a very narrative game, so if you have questions or just want to chat about something, just let me know. Let's see. I was very much thrown off, Applesauce, by the fact that this really seemed like the final trial, and then all of a sudden it was like a chapter close, and then it reopened. Like, is there a third game? Let's see. Yeah, this notepad. One moment. Sorry about that. I try to avoid coughing into the microphone. Yeah, this notebook does have a load of stuff about what the Reaper got up to in these past 10 years. Names of victims, dates and places and stuff. And the last entry in there was 31st October. I am really looking forward to getting to play through the Apollo Justice games on Steam. We're definitely going to be doing that. Which is a decent enough reminder for me to pick up some, to drink some water here. It said grouse for the place and that date, and then the name of the mark. Okay, this was one of the last plot points. There was supposed to be a meeting at a place called the Grouse. And there's a gentleman's club called the Grouse, and they saw Barak von Zeeks at this club, and that's also where Gregson went. The victim went, but like they were both seen there. Or I'm sorry, that Gregson was supposed to go there, but von Zeeks was seen there. But the assertion by the defense is that there is the transport boat, the steamship called the Grouse, and that Gregson had arranged to go to Paris, had passports to Paris, and the assertion is that he left earlier in order to get on the Grouse when it was docked in France. And it doesn't hurt. Yeah, it doesn't hurt narratively to split it up. It wasn't like just arbitrarily they split it in half, you know? There was a note about him being a criminal what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something. But honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all. I do love me some lore games. I do. That's why. Well, that's one reason why Duck Season was frustrating. The other one was that stupid kazoo kid was copyright claimed. Uh, and Amanda the Adventurer as well, is that it felt like there was this real rich universe being built up and that there were all these cool clues. Like with Amanda the Adventurer, I had this notebook full of stuff, like of several pages of notes that I had written down, and none of it mattered. Some of the clues didn't go anywhere. But why? Why must you do this to me? Ultimately, I'm hoping to find the next game like Tunic, because Tunic was a trip. Uh, I no longer have the clip, but I still remember. It's essentially reciting. But well, I recited it, but you enter it on the directional pad, the Golden Path, which was essentially the Konami code, but it took like 30 seconds to a minute to enter it. Pretty much applesauce. And it's not even like a supposedly it's supposed to be like a teaser or a cliffhanger for a possible sequel, but it's just this guy that appears for like a second and a half on the screen. It's surprise, I'm here this time too. Cut to black, roll credits. Oh, that's right. Strongheart is the judge this time. And he brought his unicorn stick because he's really serious this time. When he's using his normal, really nice looking cane, that's just day to day. But if you see him with that unicorn stick, you get out of his way. Because he means business. Keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We require only established fact here. uh, it's part of the reason that I like Final Fantasy XIV applesauce. As far as massively multiplayer games go, um, there is a rich background in that game that they have endeavored to keep very consistent. It is good times. A lot. I play it with folks like Tacitus, and it is it can be very fun to talk about what's going on and to speculate about how things are either going to play out or how they work. But yeah, this must be so hard for her. She was kind of taken under Gregson's wing. He was an inspector for Scotland Yard. She was originally a pickpocket, and after she got out of prison for being a pickpocket and for perjuring herself under duress, um, he set out to help her out, and she was kind of an apprentice inspector. I am I am waiting for Sholmes's part in this to appear. We already had the big reveal that um who was it? Professor Miko Toba is the Watson equivalent of this world. That the individual described in the Herlock Sholmes story as Herlock's sidekick is Susato's father. Uh, but also supposedly Iris's father. And that dangling plot hook is not yet resolved. You can't deny it now. Surely, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What can't I deny? What now? The notebook contained the name of the final mark and the location where the assassination would take place. That's right, Applesauce. To my understanding, um, I don't know. I don't know if Sherlock Holmes was in public domain at the time that they were writing this. Like, at the time that they were writing it and at the time of Japanese publication. But as of now, Sherlock Holmes himself is public domain. Not some of the later stories that that were subsequent, that were after the main canon that Conan Doyle wrote, but the main group of stories. That's information that the Reaper could only have known if he was working, that the victim could only have known if he was working with the Reaper. Ah, okay, that's right. One of the things that they turned the speculation around to was that Gregson was one of the masterminds directing the Reaper killings. That he would set up, he would get information on and assign targets to the killer / killers. Yes, hello, Sherbet. Your mitts are very pointy, sir. Sherbet still won't let me get near his paws, which means any sign of affection from him tends to draw blood. Yes, hello, bud. Hello. I do appreciate that he will come by for pets now. Yes, hello. Hello. It doesn't... It's cute, but it doesn't help that Sherbet is a climber. Cats that really like to climb on things also tend to get their claws sharper a lot more often. Because the act of climbing is the same as them like scratching on a scratching post. They'll shed the outer layers of their claws and get to the sharper underlayers. So if they climb a lot, they're doing extra work on those claws. So the murder mitts are extra murdery. Gasp. So, who was to be this final mark? Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade. Read the name for the court. The name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the grouse on 31st October. Quit biting that. No. You quit that. Quit it. I have to get some wire cutters here because they have started to take notice of a zip tie. How do you read this then? Reading's still not her strong suit. She did not know how to read up until Gregson was helping her. There's a Lower East End pickpocket. That ain't the problem, all right, Odo? It's a funny name. It ain't English. It's hard to read. So it's someone from overseas? Let me have a bash at it. Seshiro. Seshiro? Is it? Yeah, Seshiro. Isn't that the Japanese judge? Yeah. Jigoku Seshiro. I think that's the order. It can't be. Seshiro Jigoku. But that's Judge Jigoku. Yeah. Seshiro Jigoku. Certainly not an English name. You're right.
Objection.
Seshiro. Okay. That can't be right. I know Judge Jigoku, and I saw him the day before yesterday, here in London. Ooh. Okay. So one of the things I was wondering about is the gigantic steamer trunk that Seishiro had. And that they saw somebody with orange hair moving a big steamer trunk into the apartment where Gregson was found. Could the steamer trunk have contained the body of Gregson that resulted from an encounter with Jigoku? Or similar? I mean, we've already seen Jigoku kill a man, so it wouldn't be surprising if Gregson met the same fate. As I said, the Reaper failed. That's right, Riding Sonic. Ace Attorney. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles were on the second half of the last trial. Well, hello there. If you have not seen the channel before, I am newtmechanist. I'm the proto-nanotype, and I stream games with my cats. Which that makes it an excuse to switch to camera mode. How many do we have? We have 3 visible right now. 3 of 5. Top center is Ember in Sky. Sky is the giant fluffy one. And left center is Mason, is the second largest of them. But yeah, welcome, Riding Sonic, welcome. This is a relatively casual channel, especially with games like this. It's very narrative. I'm going to be doing a lot of reading of what's going on. So if you have questions or want to chat about something, feel free. And I'll join in as necessary. Oh. Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and return to British shores. But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake, so he killed the inspector personally. Gasp. The Reaper, of course, being the accused, Barak von Zeeks. It's an undeniably logical argument. Oz, you planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you? The comic gimmick in the Ace Attorney games is that the case that the prosecution initially presents is supposedly set up to fail by the prosecution, but it's more, if the defense beats that argument, the prosecution has their real argument in backup, which implies that they knew that the first argument was false. That it was like bad, and that they still do it.
Hold it!
Barak jumps out in front of everybody. Oh, we got the boot. We got the boot from the front. Normally, we get it from a 3/4 perspective. It's still his most absurd gesture. Actually, no, I find it to be his second most absurd gesture. My favorite is the where he grabs a wine bottle in 2 fingers and wings it into the gallery of observers. But you do have to appreciate the boot slam that is akin to what you'd see in a 3D movie. Where you get that sort of exaggerated perspective of the boot coming right at you. I guess they needed to really lean into the step on me, please crowd, you know? Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice whilst I stand accused of murder. Lord von Zeeks, the accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. You will return to the dock. I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of this court to decide. But there is one thing I can say unequivocally. Oh, and a wine glass smash. A girl is no detective. Eh? What? Nah, that's right, I ain't. I ain't an inspector. Repeating rumors heard around the yard, reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony. It's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you've clearly planned. Chirping Sherbet up behind my head. You know they didn't actually deprive him of his wine in that jail cell. Oh, no, that hurts. That hurts a lot. Quit that. Please. Ow. Dew claw stuck into my shoulder. Hello, buddy. Hello. Yeah, riding Sonic, this one, the Great Ace Attorney feels a lot more like a standard court, and that outside of this last trial, there's even a jury. And one of the new mechanics that they added in this one is directly addressing the jury after they've declared that they think they have a verdict, and trying to get them to change their minds and letting the trial continue. It's kind of neat. I like it over the other one. Normal Phoenix Wright games, it's just the judge. Like here, And where this guy is just really straightforward and serious, the normal judge in Phoenix Wright games is kind of dumb. Like, easily manipulated. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I'm the Reaper who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. He does indeed, Riding Sonic. He wastes wine very dramatically. That was the chalice smash in his hands. He also has one animation where he throws the chalice into that those oil lamps in the back there, where he's normally a prosecutor, so he would throw the wine back behind him into that standing lamp, and there'd be a plume of fire. He will also grab a bottle of wine between, two forefingers, and then flip it back behind him into the audience back there, where you will hear it smash. Like, it hits something. Later, when you get to see his office, he has an entire cabinet full of those glasses and wine bottles, and an entire wall of this great big room of his is casks of that wine. Like, the man clearly knows he has a tick, and that it is very destructive on his wine supply. You're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself. By attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony. What did you say? Mr. Naruhodo, this is our chance. Table thump. My lord, the defense requests that the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information relating to the testimony just given by the witness. See? Unicorn stick. Very serious. I just noticed it even has the little crenulated tower under it. So it's kind of a double chess symbol, too. A rook and a knight. Unicorn. Very well, I'll make an exception and grant the request. The defendant may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination. And allow me to toast the court's impartiality. Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Counsel for the defense, begin the cross-examination immediately. At once, my lord. Angry Ginny.
Hold it!
Barak von Zeeks has a lot of Edgeworth vibes. And in the same vein, he is the prosecutor up until this last trial. The surprise replacement prosecutor is the childhood friend of the main character, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, Kazuma Asogi, who was thought to have been killed on a steamship, but was instead merely knocked unconscious and given amnesia. And when he was dropped off in Hong Kong, he woke up and, in an amnesiac state, wandered across the country and made his way back to Great Britain, where he was originally going, but lacking his memory, was instead taken under the wing of Lord Strongheart, the leader of the judiciary here in Great Britain, and was then apprenticed to Barak von Zeeks, the person on trial right now, who trained him in the ways of a prosecutor, and now Kazuma is acting as the prosecutor in a case for Barak von Zeeks. Strongheart is very much does give a lot of Von Karma vibes, but less in the brutal interrupting sense, in more of a absolute authority sense. Yeah, Riding Sonic. Every case is a murder case, pretty much. And there will be a period of figuring out like what actually went down. You'll investigate, find evidence. You have to assert with evidence, like that a statement is false, that kind of thing. Yeah, that's actually fair, Gumi. Strongheart does give a lot of Grant vibes, but he hasn't pulled the same. He has yet to pull the I am obviously corrupt and there's nothing you can do about it maneuvers that Grant did. In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper. Not you and all. That ain't the only explanation, is it? He could have been investigating the Reaper in secret, and that notebook said what he found out. If I may, when originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believed the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. But you carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes. And those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper. One arm? What are you on about? The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization. The Reaper that they're referring to is the Reaper of the Bailey. People claim it was Von Zeeks, in that any criminal that was acquitted in a trial by Von Zeeks usually wound up dead sometime later, under mysterious circumstances, with the popular opinion being that anybody that got away from him in trial, he would kill. So that's a big factor in this particular case is, was Gregson investigating the Reaper? Was he an assistant of the Reaper? Is Barock the Reaper? Like, who is the Reaper? With you at its head. I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I've been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location. You knew it said grouse? Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate, alone. That is the vibe that they give Riding Sonic, that it is like a very competent lawyer who, if he doesn't win, commits murder. Another good thing about this series is the music. They do a good job with it. So that explains why several members of the club claim to have seen you there. This being an era where Gentlemen's Club usually meant, like, rich meals, big ol' cigars, lots of smoke, and deep, deep armchairs and fireplaces. Susato is the sidekick character, but where Maya was often comic relief and a vessel for a Deus Ex Machina, Susato is actually really competent. She's the one that actually knows British law and the like. She trained Ryunosuke, like gave him a crash course. So I find Susato to be a more amusing character than Maya, and she still has a lot of the comedic value of Maya. Like, Maya's fun, don't get me wrong, but in the trials, she's hardly a participant. But of course, the inspector was not there, because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. The trunk which we were mauled by a puppy to obtain. Very well, then. Back to your testimony about the content of this notebook. Fine. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh, no, it's all right. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? So what this did is this would let him leave the country towards France, in specific the port of Dunkirk in France, up to a week before October 31st, which is when he died, I believe. And this was telegraphed. Like, Gregson talked to us about wanting to go to France and to take Ginny with him. But the, why was never explained. Let's have a look inside. We looked at this last time. This is where the passport comes from. And I hit the wrong button because I haven't played this in a couple of weeks. Rusty on the buttons. So we've got some nondescript bottles in the passport. Some pockets for pens and similar. We have the blood splatter on it. We have the big slash in it, too. Yeah, there's still a lot of events we don't know about in this.
Hold it!
Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff. What in particular? You know, stuff. Legal stuff. Besides the victims' names, this other name kept cropping up. What other name was that? It's the one I told you yesterday. The same name, written over and over again. You mean Asa Shin. Definitely not a pun or a play on assassin. Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours or something, isn't she? Supposedly either the real name or a pseudonym. I think it's supposed to be the real name of the killer in the first case. She went by Giselle Brett when she killed Dr. Wilson, who is the who was supposedly the analog of Dr. Watson, but we've discovered that not to be true. She was subsequently killed by a reporter. I contend that that reporter is the one that is subsequently killed by Judge Jigoku, because nobody can land on their head from that height and survive it. Let's see. And it turns out that she is associated with these Reaper killings in some way, supposedly. Were you even listening yesterday? Asa Shin, the assassin. Yeah, see? Barak explicitly stating it for people that haven't caught on yet. It's an excellent marker. The overarching stories in Ace Attorney tend to have this sort of delivery to them, where you find out that all these threads converge, you know? But especially in this one. Like, Sholmes has got to show up with his information about the Baskervilles portion, the fact that Kazuma Asogi, the current prosecutor's father, was tried in a closed courtroom and subsequently executed over the killings of several nobles, and the method of killing was supposedly with a great big dog. And they've just sort of mentioned that and said, but ask no questions, goodbye. It's like, but wait, that seems important and interesting. No, I have to be leaving. What, like a killer, you mean? Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get at them. But the person actually executing his plans was someone else, you're saying? If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes. Ah, then perhaps what is said on the passport document, permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Could that additional person have been? But he's speculating maybe Gregson went with this assassin. But, one, if the assassin is Giselle Brett, she's already dead by this point. So it would have to be a new person. But we know Gregson personally, very earnestly, explained to Ryunosuke that he wanted to take Ginny with him. So there's more to this. Clearly, the assassin, who was meant to take Seishiro Jigoku's life. Gina, can you confirm that against the final entry that listed Grouse in Seishiro Jigoku? What name was written? Oh, well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it, as it happens. Huh? It just had a question mark or something there, I think. In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not? Oh, how infuriating. To further create the linkage between Ryunosuke and Phoenix Wright and Susato and Maya, if you notice, they have the same postures right there. Susato with the leaning forward, both fists up in front of her, and Ryunosuke with hands on desk, leaning forward. Same postures that both of them frequently take. nameless assassin?
Hold it!
Yes, thump. And you're saying that the mark listed was Seishiro Jikoku. That's what it said. Funny name, if you ask me. I thought your name was odd. So pleased to have lost my crown there. Mr. Jigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature. I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago. So 16 years ago is when the Genshin Asogi case took place. The killings, the professor killings, as they were referred to, with Genshin Asogi being one of 3 transfer students or visiting students from Japan to Great Britain to learn about Great Britain's legal system. Let's see. Miko Toba has been focusing on forensic medicine. Jigoku went on to be, the Chief Justice. And Genshin Asogi was executed for the murders. We know Herlock was involved in some investigatory fashion. I believe Strongheart, I can't remember what he was doing during this period, but several of the people that have been involved in a lot of these cases. Oh. Okay. So there was a bigger gap. Thank you. So the whole series of events of the professor killings 10 years ago has been something that they keep coming back to. So this is going to be both a trial about whether Von Zeeks is the Reaper, who is the Reaper, that kind of thing, but also what actually went down 10 years ago. And this is not uncommon in the Ace Attorney games, where some past case, often a case that was thought to be solved or that is just about to be closed, like statute of limitations is almost up, and that it comes back up and we find out what really happened in that trial. Studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say. So Lord Strongheart was Judge Jigoku's mentor. If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now. 10 years ago, after that fateful case. Precisely. In the aftermath of the professor case, his repatriation was organized immediately. One of the reasons they give for the fact that it was a closed trial was that at the time there were negotiations of a treaty between Japan and Britain. And since the victims were all so high profile, they were concerned that it would be an international incident if a Japanese exchange student was local to Great Britain, a murderer who killed high-profile people, or to Japan, that one of their exchange students was accused and executed. Both of those would have been politically bad. Hello, Sammy. Hello. Hello. Let's see Sammy pass through the camera in a moment. Where Ember is about 2 feet away from me or so. So Sammy passed across my lap to get there. It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook. I didn't think it was possible, but the mood in here's got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking. Oh, okay, here's some speculation. I don't recall why it was Wilson. Was Wilson the one that just recorded the stories about Herlock Sholmes? And it wasn't known that Miko Toba was actually the assistant of Sholmes, the sidekick? Maybe that's why Wilson was killed, and why Jigoku was targeted, as that everybody surrounding the death of Genshin Asogi, or perhaps even just the professor killings, is being targeted. In addition to criminals who get away with it, under the assertion that these are criminals who have been overseas and harder to get up until recently. And that's maybe Giselle or Asa Shin overextended by going after Wilson. Okay. Yeah. That's right, Gumi. So, I think that would work just as well, is that Wilson was somebody that signed off on relevant papers. Okay. Let's see if that plays out, you know?
Hold it!
What do you mean, a criminal? Judge Jigoku is no criminal. Judge Jigoku went on the stand during the trial of Genshin Asogi, and I thought that he said that he sort of pled Genshin's case, that he couldn't possibly have done it, kind of stuff. Yeah. It was that the stories were supposed to have been written by her father. The recordings of Sholmes' adventures was supposed to be Sholmes' adventures with her father. And when she saw that paperwork, she recognized the handwriting as matching the signature. Or I'm sorry, the handwriting on the paperwork matching the stuff in the stories, and that she assumed that the signature went with the handwriting, and that that Wilson was her father. And that was something that we were wondering about for the whole thing, and even characters in the game, because Ryunosuke and Susato knew from, the very first case that Wilson was dead. He had been shot and killed. Well, poison, shot, killed. It was a sequence of events, all twisty, very Phoenix Wright. But it wasn't until just recently that we discovered that it was actually Miko Toba. And I'm looking forward to the reveal of where Iris comes in this whole family situation. Because as I indicated in a short that may not be released yet, I really get the impression that Susato was threatening her father's life about this. Well, don't ask me. I don't know nothing about it. Oh, do you remember what father told us? That Judge Jigoku did once appear in court here in Britain. It was related to the professor case, I'm sure. Okay. Yes, of course, you're right. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. Jigoku's a big boy. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Now, is he a target because he was charged and then was sent away to Japan? Or is he a target for trying to defend Genshin? It was a pitiful situation, yes. I'd forgotten all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens. You did? It was considered to be adjunct to the professor proceedings, you see. But he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to the stand. And there you have it. Have what? Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike. So this is the prosecution going on the attack, saying that this lines up with the Reaper MO, that Jigoku would be a target because he was acquitted. Doesn't really sound as like acquitted. Is required to pay reparations doesn't fully sound like an acquittal. Maybe like a plea bargain. Maybe that's what they're talking about. You know? Huh? No, are you suggesting that the reason Judge Jigoku was targeted for assassination? The man was sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. One of the assertions is that the Reaper can't get anybody that gets out of the country. What was his name? Natsume. The very nervous author who was accused of murder like twice in a row, and acquitted. He was in trial against Von Zieks with Von Zieks as the prosecutor and was acquitted twice. Subsequently left and went back to Japan and became a famous author. And the thought is that the reason he wasn't killed as a victim of the Reaper was that he got out of the country. But then 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindictive the Reaper is. Desk thump. Come on, that's absurd. To take someone's life for that? Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd? Killing those who have been found innocent? Clearly, the rules by which this man by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension. But right, I've had just about enough of this. Gina, all this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people. It's cobblers. Gina uses Lower East End Cockney rhyming slang. But just like Cockney rhyming slang, a lot of it is truncated. So you don't get the whole phrase, which can clue you into the possible meaning or can give you the entirety of the rhyme. So what is it? A slang for a coat is a weasel. And the reason that that seems weird, as far as rhyming slang goes, is that that's a truncation of weasels and stoats, which were things that some coats were made out of, lined with. And so weasels and stoats rhymes with coats. And one of the terms for pawning something, I can't remember where it comes into it, is to pop it. So that's where Pop Goes the Weasel supposedly comes from, is to pawn your coat, which was one of the standard practices, is that people would put some of their clothing in pawn during the week to get spare money, and then would buy it out of pawn when or pay to get it back out of pawn on the weekends when they might need it, but that they've got extra money now. Uh, when we first encountered Ginny, and for a couple of trials after that, we had a page of that stuff open to try to figure out what she was saying. Uh, Another one that she's used a few times is Adam and Eve. You wouldn't Adam and Eve it. You wouldn't believe it. I can't remember what the cobbler's one is. There's also the fact that during this time period writing, it's months and months to get to things like to get to places like Japan. Like you'd have to get a ticket on a boat and spend a long time going there, and then a long time getting back. So it could just be a practicality thing. Like the reach is only distance so far because it would take too much time to uh, get there and then locate them again. Come on, Odo. Now I'm curious. Internet, tell me. Oh, yeah. So, cobbler's owls, like AWLS, like a leatherworking tool, like the tool of a shoemaker, um, kind of rhymes with balls. So, so it's just like Riding Sonic is saying. It's, bollocks. It's nonsense. Why ain't you saying nothing? Why ain't you yelling out objection or something? What? Got to find a flaw. You do usually. Someone's lying here, no question. You've got to work out who it is. Please, for the boss. You see she's got a purple armband on. I think it's got a Scotland Yard symbol, but it's essentially like it's like a little more thing for symbolizing mourning. A little remembrance marker kind of thing. That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective. When this trial is over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Miss Lestrade. Gina Lestrade is her name is a play on a character in the Sherlock Holmes story that's their last name is Lestrade. It's a man with a G name. Just like Tobias Gregson, the victim in this case, there is a Tobias Gregson who is a Scotland Yard detective in the Sherlock Holmes stories. Is that clear? I've had it with a lot of you. It's lies every bleeding place you look in this world, isn't it? Well, I've had enough. Gina. So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind. Do what, Mr. Naruhodo? There was one point in this cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd. Oh? Do you mean... I'm not going to let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears. Alright. We're going to use the time-honored Phoenix Wright game mechanic of save scumming like crazy. For those not familiar with the series, these are hit points. If you guess wrong, you lose one of these. In the base Phoenix Wright games, you can lose multiple at once, essentially. It's a health bar in the base ones, but... if you fail and lose all of them, and you haven't been saving constantly, you will be set back quite a ways. So I find there being no reason to suffer that. All right, let's look at our records here. I wonder. A charming little rabbity version of Mr. Sholmes. This is a little backpack charm that Iris, the little genius girl, gave to us and said to tug on its ear if we were in a bad place. You suppose this is how Iris sees him? Are you all right, Mr. Naruhodo? Your eyes are veritably boring into the poor doll's ears. Oh, sorry, I was just wondering. What do you suppose would happen if I were to tug its ears with all my might right now? I'm sure that we'll find out when the time is right. Become a proper gentleman, you must really learn stoic patience. But I want to know. Okay, it won't let me. Hello, Sammy. Okay. Let's go back through here. SS Grouse, first class cabin, Yokohama departure on the 11th of September, London arrival 1st of November. What are you doing, Sammy? Hey. Sammy is taking great interest in the microphone arm, and I need to be careful about that. Spent the night in Dunkirk and then went across the channel. So the fact that this photograph of Mrs. Vigil was found at the crime scene was indicating that this guy was the one that owned the room, that rented the room, and that Gregson used it as like his base of operations. The autopsy report was strange because it did not give a time of death, because the coroner determined that there were aspects of the body that obfuscated it, so they couldn't be sure when the death occurred. This is going to be critical. The fact that this trunk is in this picture. This is Jigoku. Again, you can see he's a big dude. Yeah, okay.
Hold it!
I'm going to press this just in case. Every now and then you can't actually get the right answer until you have pressed every single statement. I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve. Huh? What do you mean? Amongst everything we've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing. Yeah, I think this is one of those, you have to do this last press, or you won't be able to get it right. It's annoying when this happens, but it just means you should be thorough, ultimately. One thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency. What? An inconsistency? Really, Odo? I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by... Oh... Okay, wild guess.
Take that!
This is not the right line. Hey, you, Lord Von Zeeks. Me? What? Your face is turned ashen. How could he know? Is that what you're thinking? Exactly, Gumi. Everything everybody said vacated my mind as far as where the inconsistency would be. My face is turned ashen. It's because I'm thinking, how could he? I don't know where you're going with this, but maybe the evidence you're obviously about to show the court will clarify. Unicorn. In case the defense will present evidence to substantiate its claim. Oh, it's two-part. Okay, we're gonna reload it and we're gonna listen to what everybody said, because this is a wild permutation problem otherwise. Oh no, it's too late. It's too late for me to do that. Okay. I mean, one inconsistency is that the assassination failed, uh, but that the target is not, like, aware of it, but... Yeah, we have made a tactical error. It has to be somebody in the room. And of the people talking, it would be Kazuma, Von Zeeks, or Gina. So let's see. The book contained line items of the Reaper's victims. And next to each one of the lines is supposedly the name of the killer. And Asa Shin shows up a lot, with the last name being next to Jigoku with a question mark. Okay, I'm gonna guess Kazuma and the passport. I've guessed right. By you, Kazuma Asogi. The telltale that you guessed right is the music stops. I believe there is one instance where that isn't true in the base Phoenix Wright games. Me? Is this some attempt at filibustering, Counsel? Prosecutor Asogi has given no testimony. What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? You let something slip that you shouldn't have. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you'll realize what you've done. Yeah. Counsel, go ahead. What evidence reveals this alleged inconsistency? Oh, okay, the passport. The passport, yeah.
Take that!
So my initial impressions were correct. This is nonsense. Ah. Use your best friend and back it up with that? Okay. Trying to remember what he said about the passport. Okay, he said we got it in Gregson's trunk. So this was at the scene of the crime. Gina found it. Like, I remember. I think Sandwich removed it from the scene of the crime, and Gina got it back. Something along those lines. But ultimately, Gina got it, and it was something that she was trying to keep since it was, Gregson's trunk, that it was going to be a memento. Look at this little bit of paper. Is that meant to be, like, fabric poking through? Yeah, that's like a blade tip. Seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. For a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. Okay, why are they not talking about the piece of metal? Okay, there we go. This I hadn't seen. Something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glinting. It's like a fragment of metal of some sort. But it's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it. Well, don't cut yourself. You'd better leave it, I think. The old blood stain. So this piece of metal was what we hadn't investigated. Okay, they leave the 11th of September. They return the 1st of November. We were given this ticket as something for to write a note of an introduction note on the back of, and he's saying like, oh, you know, you should keep it as a memento. She kept hers in her diary. He says, oh, I keep mine in my wallet. And then he checks and he's lost it. Okay, so he goes. Supposedly he leaves before the 31st, and reaches the boat on the 31st. He's supposed to have died on the 31st, and they find him in that side room. So we know that Tobias Boone was at the park acting as Gregson, making a big fuss to make everybody think Gregson was there. We don't know precisely when that he died. This showed us that the crime scene had been altered because of the handprint on the back. So let's see. He used the passport to arrive early. They would have docked at Dunkirk in the evening. Gregson wound his watch every day, such that it should always be active. But it was stopped at 5, and rewinding it resumed ticking. So it's not that it was damaged and unusable. It's that it was left without being able to be wound. Maybe the watch?
Take that!
Nope. The assertion that I was trying to make was he would have had to arrive later, but maybe they're saying that around 5 is still viable. The ticket?
Take that!
Nope. We'll thrash a little bit more. If we can't figure out what they're going for, we will look it up.
Take that!
Okay, they want the trunk. This is the trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson. A metal construction, is it? It's certainly very heavy. What's this? A bloodstain. And a relatively fresh one, too. What? You mean that ain't grease from all the boss's fish and chips? Up until his death, every time we encountered Gregson, he was chowing down on a infinite cone of fish and chips. Like, just devouring it. So that is where her assumption comes from. Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There was no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report. Yes, there's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it. But I found it, me, with me nose for trouble. Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed. Ooh. He's implicating Cosma. And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Cosma. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. We're going to ask him to show his sword. His family sword. So the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk? We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport? Thump. But you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Cosma. On the 31st of October, where exactly were you? Unexpected. Unexpected. The tip of the blade. Like, I didn't notice the blade tip the first time. I thought it was a surface gash. Like, I didn't notice that it went all the way through. And I didn't notice the metal blade caught in it. Now, the fact that I didn't check the metal blade, I'm not surprised at. It was a small click target. At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Grouse. Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke? Cosmo, what did you... I hadn't considered the possibility before, but if Cosmo was there on the ship, then it can only have been for one purpose. No, Mr. Naruhodo. Surely you don't think... Come on, Ryunosuke, you know the rules. Thump. The only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So as it stands, you've proved nothing. Kazuma? Are you challenging me to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were there that day, in the same place as the inspector. He was there with Gregson? Thump. There's a clue that you've overlooked. A secret that trunk can tell us. It is the blade tip. I can't be sure at this point. I'll need to verify it. But I have a nasty feeling that I'm going to be right. Unicorn. Even makes a ting sound when he hits the little gavel thing. The accusation being made is deeply disturbing. Nevertheless, we must test it. The defense will identify for the court where in the trunk this alleged clue is to be found.
Got it!
This is your proof? What do you say to that? Personally, I think tying the defense counsel to the inspector's trunk until... What? At least that way London's courtrooms will be safe from his destructive accusations. I believe that was a very long-winded way of telling you you're wrong. Okay, I need to open it. Should have saved it before. Oh, we can't. Okay, then. First, we have to open it.
Got it!
There we go. You have to rotate it all the way around so you don't accidentally click the gash on the side of the trunk. You have to make sure you're clicking the blade. There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here, like the tip of a blade. Eh? A blade? Thump. Kazuma, slung around your waist, as ever today, is the esteemed blade Karma. Of course it is. Won't you draw it, here in this courtroom, for all to see? Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Bailiff, watch Prosecutor Asogi like a hawk. That won't be necessary. Yep. Notched on the tip. Oh no! The tip is broken. If the fragment on of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword, the question of who was there with the Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed, Kazuma? It only went a little way into the trunk, Gumi. Just the tip. Expertly done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you and well deserved. You mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Asogi? Yes, on the 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. So the additional person authorized to travel was me. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. What? You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You were following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Jigoku? Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I have killed no one. Explain. I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk, but I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. You were never going to do it? We can believe Kazuma, I'm sure. After all, Judge Jigoku arrived safely in London the following day. On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. Then we boarded the SS Grouse and made for the cabin deck, as indicated in the plan. We went to Judge Jigoku's cabin? Exactly. He wasn't there, though. We decided to wait, but you've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. A boarding house in Dunkirk. My signature will be in the register book. It would be simple enough to verify. Yes, to verify that you signed a book. What became of Jigoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it was easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in that room on Fresno Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger. And end his wretched agent's life. So, one of the open flaws in the way that this played out is the assertion is he was killed in that room. And one of the initial things that they called out was, oh, he must have been shot from a low angle, and the bullet passed through his body and struck the candle on the wall behind him. Well, we know that it didn't, but that very statement tells us the bullet went through him. Nobody has mentioned any bullet holes anywhere. It feels like that would be relevant. Because we know it didn't strike that candle. That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder. But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk? I don't need to answer that. The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case. Blood on trunk. Blade in trunk. I feel like you're implicated, sir. It does feel relevant to the case. And accordingly, I choose to exercise my right to silence on that matter. Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence. As you wish, my lord. The great sword Karma has been entered into the court record. Unicorn. Must take immediate action now to verify whether Seishiro Jigoku remains unharmed. Yeah, they're constantly emphasizing the gunshot, and frankly, the beginning of this case was full of holes. Like, it was all conjecture. and everybody went along with it, which was very annoying. It has been building up, but we have looped back around to the fact that it was a gunshot. And again, it passed through the body. That is an assertion that they have made, but there is no bullet hole anywhere. Remains unharmed? I agree. That should be our first priority. It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. How did you... When a foreign dignitary invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise. You don't mean to say that you think Judge Jigoku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal. We base that on absolutely nothing. I feel like, Gumi, you have a wide scope for distraction in this game. He has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Von Zeeks? If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you. Kazuma giving the equivalent of, murder says what? Unicorn. We'll take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Now? Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. If the man can't be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst. I mean, absolutely. If he hasn't been in contact, it's not like London is a big city. We'd definitely be able to find him in half an hour. Oh, no. No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who'd only just arrived in the country. Except that is for the Reaper wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake, my lord, I sincerely hope we are successful. We're unable to confirm Mr. Jigoku's healthy existence. In the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties. Why? Unicorn. Court is adjourned for 30 minutes. Like, if the man listed in the target book is missing, then clearly it must have been, like, one of the accused killers. Like, you haven't established that. You have Gregson's notebook about victims of the Reaper. All you've established is that Gregson had a list of people that were killed, supposedly, by Asa Shin. That's it. That's what you've got. And you have a very shoddy argument that Von Zeeks must have been the one to kill him, despite you not having an accurate time of death. You have no bullet at the supposed place of the killing. The assertion was that the gun taken supposedly moments after the killing was not, like, warm or something like that. They asserted that it didn't have the right markers. So Von Zeke's argument that he just found the body is not too far out of the question. Like, reasonable doubt is 100% here. And the way that they're presenting it is that, oh man, the prosecution has an airtight case. No, they don't. Even in a Phoenix Wright sense, Swiss cheese. Kazuma, the Reaper's assassin. I feel as though I'm in a nightmare. I can hardly believe it either, but on the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories. Such a terrible sense of foreboding. Like, especially this, oh, but he was shot with a bullet. The fact that the tip of my sword is violently embedded into a possession of the victim, a possession that has blood on it. Exactly, Gumi. Exactly. The Ace Attorney games are, for the most part, everything the prosecution says is considered to be absolutely true until you prove that it can't be true. And even then, regardless of the fact that you may have proven everything they've said to be inconsistent, if not outright perjury, you still have to point to the actual murderer and prove that they did it. Even if you can wildly implicate them, like that you could point the finger accurately at multiple people and that they would be a more plausible killer, the fact that you can't prove they were a killer means that you're that the accused is guilty. That's kind of writing, Sonic. It's the accusation of murder is enough to presume that you're guilty. I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. I felt it from the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were careering toward. I think it should be careening, you know, with an N instead of a second R. Towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options. Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. Oh. Inevitable. Rather, one last ear. Okay, this is the, yank on the bunny's ear. The little Mr. Sholmes doll that Iris gave us. For some reason, you completely run out of options in the trial today. Then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. It's a voodoo doll. We're gonna pull on those ears and we're gonna hear Sholmes scream from the gallery. I want this to be true. Give me this game. Should I do? Pull Harley's ears or not? Pull them! Here goes then. I'm gonna do it. Alternately, it's just a party popper. Yank the ears and the whole little bunny thing explodes. It just has some little confetti paper that says good luck on it. No looking back. Eve! Ow! That scream sounded like Mr. Sholmes. Is it actually? Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Here, my dear fellow, here. It's the felt doll talking. Is it meant to be like a radio thing, and by yanking on it like that, he gave a burst of static or something? Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruhodo, as hard as you can. Alright then, I'll put all my strength into it. Make him suffer, Mr. Naruhodo. Do it again. It is. It's an earpiece. Oh, that's amazing. Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull my ear off. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Myself and my trusty partner are presently in the first-class cabin area of the SS Grouse. Ooh. What a twist. The SS Grouse? She left Dover last night after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. I like how there's a strong implication that the little mouse thing is animate. The Grouse is the steamship where supposedly Gregson went to kill Judge Jigoku. You've taken a ship to France? Please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station and by train to the port. That was one of the aspects of confusion, is there is a gentleman's club called the Grouse, but there's also the steamship, the Grouse. Originally, the prosecution used the fact that it was a gentleman's club to implicate Von Zeeks, because he was seen there, and that's supposedly where Gregson was going. But we established that it could have been the boat. And then the prosecution took that and ran with it and said, oh, well, then definitely he's the killer because... in order to board this vessel in time. So, you mean you'd already worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place? Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my name? Herlock Sholmes, world-famous great detective. Recited to perfection, well done. You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes, that's the only word for it. Okay, it is a transceiver, and by pulling on the ear, that's like pressing the button. But it seems like if you pull on the bunny's ear, the little mouse yanks on the ear of the person listening. Ow, 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 ow. Miss Susato, gently with this genius's ear, please. I am ever so sorry. If I may, Sholmes? Ah, there you are, Mikotoba. You may remember that it was, in fact, I who made the connection to the SS Grouse. At Scotland Yard yesterday, when we examined that notebook, I recalled my steamship ticket. Ah, but of course it was, my dear fellow. And not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had our court-bound companions under my name. Yes, you did, didn't you? We've just entered a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. And if we're unable to present any new leads, then I'm afraid to say... Do not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubt we shall have welcome news for you within the half hour. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful. Are we going to get another deduction spectacular? Until later, then. Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first. I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion. Yeah, you can see how it works. If they pull the bunny ear, the mouse starts yanking on his ear. Look, its feet are braced against his the side of his jaw right at the lower ear, and it is hauling on the top of his ear. I feel like Iris is trying to cause him pain with this particular invention. I'm not sure which of the things it was that Sholmes did that she's most upset about, but clearly she's upset about something. Oh, no, that's actually pretty straightforward. She's upset with him that he probably knew who her father was and let her kind of live under that misconception. She made it this way on purpose. She wants to hurt him. Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operated in that way in the first place, Sholmes? Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris's invention, not mine, see? She made it that way on purpose. Whilst I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes, we have but half that now before the grouse puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long. There are times, Mikotoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let us begin. First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. Is this the same guy from before? The guy with the pet constrictor? But I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. That crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow. I want to know what his tattoo says. Or if it's just a note. Why are you loitering here? Who are you? Seems like it's a different guy. The tuft of hair is different. He doesn't have the stripes. My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous great detective when you see one? Flip. The question really ought to be, who are you? He has Sholmes written on his arm. Do you not recognize world-traveling great sailor? Chicken Stroganoff when you see? Stroganoff. Oh, chicken Stroganoff. Ah! Great detective? Ha! I don't think so. You see that, Mikotoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me, is that a tattoo that says Sholmes? I must say, while such adoration is flattering, naturally, it does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Leave, now! How distressing. My loyal devotee knows me only by name, and not by appearance. And yet, I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. His eyes going all beady. How do you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikotoba. I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku. There is no one with this name on board, but we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. Ah, you mean Eastern Man. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk, He said something about emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? So Seishiro's realized that we're after him, has he? His cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. No, I have orders not to let even mouse inside. Thus the trap. Mikotoba, be a good man and draw this sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse so that he leaves the area. Doesn't Great Detective see that even sailors have ears, both left and right? Curses, the plan is ruined. You have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Such Holmes. Forget it. Cabin door is locked. Even if I'm not here, you cannot get inside. Sholmes has demonstrated that breaking and entering is definitely a skill of his. Mikotoba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock? Flip. Within a mere 5 seconds. So if you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your typically accommodating manner? How could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I? Good man, so the game is afoot. This must be a mousetrap, I think. Perhaps I could distract the crewman's attention with this somehow. Look around a bit first. I think not. That would never work, surely. Need to concoct another distraction. The switch for the electrical lights. Perhaps if I was to turn off the lights, the crewman wouldn't be able to see what we were doing. Appeared to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. Okay, one moment. Just in case. I feel like the most destructive option is the one I should try. Here goes then. Pardon me in advance. What are you doing? If we were at sea, that would be a very bad problem. What's going on down there? Seaman Stroganov, report at once. Sorry, sir, nothing to report. It was just stupid trick. Oh, not by me, by world famous... No, as I told you. Now, Sholmes, now. Not even 5 seconds, huh? Don't stand there gawping at my brilliance, Mikotoba. In we go. Oh, yes. Okay. Off the top of my head, this was moved from here. This is covering a bullet hole. I mean, now that you mention it, Tass, that went from, like, Chicken Stroganoff went from, silly joke to, Seaman Stroganoff gets, goes in a different direction, hits a different way. Okay, so we have balled up clothes stuffed in one of the speaker tubes. Um, Kind of reminds me of one of the cases in Ace Attorney. Actually, the one with the police chief, where a balled up bit of cloth with a knife in it was shoved into. It was either a knife or a scarf was shoved into an exhaust pipe. It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. Those clothes on the floor there. They're Seishiro's without question. Well, it seems we are just a little too late. He, he has the little nightgown cap. Little bobble hat for sleeping. Yes, by about 2 hours. Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. May well be 2 hours, but that burly crewman may return at any moment, Sholmes. Indeed he may. Flip! Which makes this all the more thrilling. We even get different music here. These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Same rules that were on the steamship on the way over to Britain, too. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and or travel cases. That's the new one. So one of the gimmicks of the travel to Britain was that Kazuma made Ryunosuke stow away inside of a travel trunk and then stuffed him into the wardrobe for most of the trip. He would let him out in the middle of the night to give him food. I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination. About the fact that they're not straight on the wall. Doesn't that strike you? Maybe right. Probably just your imagination, though. A trifle. And you know what I always say, Mikotoba. There's nothing important about trifles. Sholmes is very tricky. Sholmes is very picky about his desserts. It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. The wall is a slightly different color just here. Do you see? Indeed, what you have observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief. There's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure. He may very well be the elusive thief who's been plaguing France's galleries of late. I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? That outline on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere. Yep. 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 Okay, we can't force him to pay attention to the obvious. It's a very sizable trunk indeed. Seishiro is partial to all things large. A rather clumsy fellow if he failed to notice he'd left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. I was going to gloss over it, Tass. Like some big. It's lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to a speedy escape. Pity, it's locked, so we can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now the situation will be quite different, though. Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination lock. And I am not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present. Nice. Nice writing, Sonic. Nice. The second verse. So, an old-style lock, especially a combination lock like that, usually you can... And it's remarkable the amount of lock-picking channels there are on YouTube. You can reach around, like, get in beside the combination dials and, like, pull on them such that you can detect when they're in the right position by rotating them. Like, the proper position will kind of clonk into place that way. That is, it would be at least as easy as him picking the other lock. I do like those, the little shorts that are like, you are using a master lock of this make and model. It can be opened with a master lock of the same make and model. Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here how it... Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off. There is still ice in the glass. It hasn't been too long. Ice, Mikotoba, ice. What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy. Chilled drinks. Pardon? Could it be that this steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think? Definite. Okay, so there's a bullet hole behind the rule sign. Gregson was killed here, and his body was kept in the fridge. A big call-out that they made was that Gregson's body was found in a location that was that there was no electrical refrigerator anywhere nearby. So, my thoughts that Gregson was killed, stuffed in the fridge, then put in the suitcase and moved to the murder location, or the supposed murder site, dumped off, and the candle was rigged up to go off because of the fireworks later. It feels like we're reaching the critical mass of convolution that is necessary for it to be a proper Phoenix Wright mystery. We might need a couple of more surprise twists and sudden reveals. Well, it is a luxury liner, after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Mikotoba, the sight of you is making my mouth water. Mikotoba also struck silent. The implications may have arrived in his mind as well. Not sure if cannibalism or flirting. I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know. There's a speaking tube here, look. Though it's been stoppered with some cloth. So the voices of... Nice, Gumi. the the combination of both, if that's what you're into. So the voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose. Or indeed so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere. Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think? Either that, or it could be to prevent snakes from entering. Further reference to the first deduction, the second kind of investigation location. Not quite a second trial. That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? The beginning of each case has been is like with a nod to an actual Sherlock Holmes story. And then the subsequent story will have similar themes. According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Asogi's wardrobe. Indeed he was, and it was of a similar size to this one. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow. What? Whatever for? It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now, in you go. This will only take a moment. Really, Sholmes, surely you can just tell me what you said. Oh, you're no fun. Well, I uttered some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer. I think I'll just read about it in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. This is the waste paper basket. Look, there's still rubbish inside. Indeed? Then let us pry. I've discovered recently I had a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets. I sincerely hope only for your work. Rummage, rummage. Ah. Here we have a notice issued to passengers for 3 days ago. 3 days ago? The night before we arrived in London, then. When I was still aboard myself. Evacuation drill notice, 31st of October. Following the departure. Well, I would have liked to read it. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once. So this gave an opportunity for somebody to slip in. You are still here? Ah, Abel Seaman Stroganov. Hello again. I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. You are waiting for me? Of course. I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner. I was in trouble with Captain because of trick you played before. Or innocent chicken. It's all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off, now. Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow. But first, there is something that must be done. What are you talking about? Why, naturally, the debunking of your deceit and the bearing of the truth. Word. I'm afraid I see through your lies. We're gonna get a Sholmes and Mikotoba deduction spectacular. For one thing, Mr. Jigoku has not yet left this vessel at all. Aha! And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganoff, keep saying it and it keeps feeling worse each time. You know exactly where the man is, even as we speak, don't you? How can you... Good gracious, Sholmes, you mean you've worked it out? All of it? It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and reasoning? Nothing would please me more. What is this? I still love how everything that is about to happen happens in world. Like, all the special effects and movement are happening. Keep that in mind. But we have minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Mr. Stroganoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. Yep, unique background music for this instant. Ah, that is what I said. Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Ah, yes, of course. I see you've noted it too, Mikotoba. Then please, do take the lead. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago? Oh, okay. Instead, is it going to be instead of Sholmes wildly failing to point out the right things, it's going to be him asking us, point out what is supposed to be there. See what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills, then, Mikotoba. Been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes, not 3. Why, of course it has, quite. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. As I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe and answers become clear. So, impress me. I think I can manage that. A couple of things about it, but it's also emphasizing that, in a way, Sholmes is training Naruhodo. And this is him working with somebody he's like, no, we already do this right. So we're going to be serious this time.
Take that!
Oh, he's going to do an actual little dance. That's even better. I feel like this could only get better. I hope it gets better. Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass. How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand. Your mind off the refreshments, Sholmes. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff? What? Why would Seishiro run from us? Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan? Ah, that's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door, and Seishiro was, yes, 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage. As I suspected, for you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide. What traces? I know nothing about this. Ah, this is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganov? Holmes, what exactly are you getting at? Look. As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped your notice. Something out of place in here. That's the key to this, Mikotoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite incongruous. I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotoba. No, quite, but life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. Now then, let's see if I can't uncover the truth here. You have the floor, my dear fellow. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite incongruous. What's rather awkwardly hiding traces of the crime.
Take that!
Little, slightly different pose. It's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded, that frame was originally over here. The shape and size are a perfect match. You are right. When did frame move? Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganov? I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Oh dear, that really seemed to touch a nerve. So, Mikotoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall? Bullet hole! That looks like a bullet hole. What? Who has been shooting walls? I see, the projectile has been removed. Clearly the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganov. I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you are talking about. Why would I try to protect Eastern Stranger? Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. It's also fun how he does, like, he moves around. He darts around the room while doing this. In the same way that he and Naruhodo twirl around the room in the standard ones. I can see I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Oh, Sherbet. Hello. Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense, as clearly shown by... How to approach this one, Sholmes. My dear Mikotoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle. I'm quite sure you'll see it. In fact, I'll put a wager on it. That's the thing, though, Writing Sonic. Time has not stopped. This is all happening in real time. He is running around the room. He is causing those lights to change. The people react to him moving around. Which implies when you're rotating the camera around them, that they can see you walking around and looking at them. can certainly do that.
Take that!
The fun thing about Mikotoba's little dance there is it really looks like his upper body doesn't move much. It's as much like a little river dance as a tap dance, you know? Like he's keeping that thumb and forefinger on chin, pensive look, while his lower body just goes to town dancing. It's almost too obvious for words. Quite the universal language of the world. Money. I'd wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Seishiro Jigoku, yes. So, I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. The way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But... it's right there. You can see him, like, leap across the camera. Like, rotate past the camera real quick. They even do the little whoosh sound when he does it. I believe you know, Mr. Stroganov. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding at this precise moment in time. So, he glanced down. As always, Mikotoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally. It's the trunk. All the stuff has been pulled out of the trunk. I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink in this burly fellow's armor. We need only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. The slightest flicker of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible. This is the first time that Sholmes is really demonstrating the gimmicks that Sherlock Holmes is attributed to Sherlock Holmes. The idea that he's observing everything like that those little twitches and whatnot are things that he picks up on. You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man's turned his entire head. Not exactly what you describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. We shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow.
Take that!
You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? The truth is, Seishiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. If he still had... It's not Sholmes, it's numbers. It's the combination to the safe. Yeah. It's not Sholmes. He has written the safe combination on his arm. He still has a breath to take. I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code. The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. And here is where you have been hiding, sir. Opens the trunk. Oh, he's been hiding too long. Oh, we didn't make it in time. course. In short, before Jigoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told someone the 7-digit number for the lock. Hey there, Koi. We're in the midst of the deduction sequence that is the reuniting of the Sherlock Holmes and Watson of this world. As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganov. Yeah. 5631045. I know nothing about combination codes. That was a really slow turn from Sholmes there. Really slow turn. Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Huh? Now, Mikotoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk? On earth do you expect me? Flip. It's a 7-digit number, remember? Quickly now, we have little time. It's 5631045. No, there's no 6, so that's got to be a 0. Or maybe a 2? Yeah, let's say 2. 210.
Take that!
Click. That did it. It's open. You had to meddle, didn't you? He had a harder time of this trick than the mechanical man did. Because he is not comfortable in there. Well, Eugen, you found me now. Seishiro. In a prior trial, there is a guy that essentially is like a steampunk cyborg. He has a lot of like clockwork devices and whatnot, like a clockwork hand. And he moves in a very like clicking kind of gear rotatey sort of way. And he stuffed himself in an even smaller box. And when he comes out of it, he sort of rolls out and like rotates himself back into form. Was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know. You're not entirely unsurprised, I take it? No, quite. I just wish it were some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of many of your exploits. Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. The devil is in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion. Blip. Who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour. I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor. Well, Seishiro, are you going to explain all this? You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, An attempt was made on my life here on this very ship. By the Reaper of the Bailey? Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. But I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again. So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it. I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you. Somewhat surprising, I must say. What is? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket, and here I am. I've just seen for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So you'd already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else taking this cabin and seeing the evidence, is that it? Eugen, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in a mere 5 minutes, the ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. Flip. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. We have this, Seishiro. Take it. What is it? It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be. See, he's reminding me more of the police chief at this moment. You came prepared then, Eugen. Come on, let's go. One moment. What is it, Sholmes? Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk. I found this rather fascinating trinket. That is the winder top to, Gregson's, pocket watch. What is that? Seishiro? I can't help you, I'm afraid. But what? I have no idea. It's a component to something. By the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. Okay. Let's see. So if he genuinely doesn't know about that, it could be that he just doesn't understand what it is at all. Like, he either hasn't guessed or isn't involved. Now, one possibility is when he was out of the room, when they were disembarking, is where everything went down. Or even before, and some of the stuff was arranged in that way, such that he has not noticed all of the stuff that went on in the room. But we'll see. Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir of your brief sojourn in France. So if Jigoku's not involved, then he might have been unaware that he was transporting a body in the trunk. Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. rest will be on your shoulders of you will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. The Old Bailey courtroom. Azuma Sogi. I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie, but still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. Unicorn. During the past 30 minutes while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. We base that on no actual firm evidence. Desk thump. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict. No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. And there can only be one conclusion, that the accused is guilty. All relevant testimony? Far from it. There's still a crucial witness, from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Pretty much, Koi. It works in this game because you have the easily swayed jury. Like, the jury is definitely biased, and they present it that way. The judge over the jury is actually, like, very rational in this one. This guy, less so. This guy is much more like the standard Phoenix Wright judge. But even so, they're presenting it as a, like, decades ago, when it's even more corrupt. The base Phoenix Wright games are skewed because they always localize it to act as if it's taking place in the US. And while the court system in the US is far from, squeaky clean, there is still that presumption that if I can show some doubt, then the presumption is that you're innocent. And it runs counter to that. It's that idea that everybody is presuming that the person is fantastically guilty regardless of what's presented. Is weird. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Seishiro Jigoku. Judge Jigoku, you found him. Unicorn. The investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man? Even that, like, massively dramatic pose where he stands up and, like, from the camera angle, he's, like, glaring down on you from on high is completely undermined by the unicorn stick. He was located in France during the recess at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes? Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death. Because along with Prosecutor Asogi, Gregson was on the mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Seishiro Jigoku is the sole witness. Thump. Who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st of October. Mutter, 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 mutter. Oh, it would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point. The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. Unicorn. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. The court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side? No, my lord. No objections, my lord. They're being really squirrely with Kazuma's behavior. This has the vibe that either we're going to find out that Kazuma is actually kind of corrupt. That, not like, evil, but like he got involved out of vengeance kind of thing. I feel like the writing is trying to imply this is like one of the last trials of Miles Edgeworth, where, like one of the later trials, where he realizes that that there is further information, that if the case goes the way it is, that that the wrong person is going to be convicted. And so he suddenly starts like feeding information and kind of twisting the trial because he realizes that something is off, but he can't be the one that acts in the favor of the defense. So he kind of prods Phoenix constantly to get the information out of there. The further along you go, the more it feels like Edgeworth is doing that in the base Phoenix Wright games. I feel like they're trying to invoke that, and they're failing to invoke that, because it just sounds like Kazuma is committing perjury left and right. Like, submitting bad evidence, making assertions he has no basis for, all kinds of stuff like that. Simultaneously, that's why I feel like it's supposed to be the latter, that they're kind of making it look like he's a bad guy, in order for there to be a reveal that he had a good motive and was actually doing good things. They've just made it look like they're trying to get you to make the conclusion that he's a villain. But we'll see. Again, Phoenix Wright stories are twisty. You'd think that level of corruption would get you thrown out almost immediately riding Sonic, but it is canonical in the Phoenix Wright world, where attacking the defense and the judge with a bullwhip is considered entirely acceptable. So I feel like you'd have to pull a gun and kill someone in this setting in order to actually get removed from trials. Franziska von Karma in one of the Phoenix Wright games actually whips Phoenix into unconsciousness. And it's just sort of, I keep saving it over and over. Um, and it's just sort of brushed off. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Oh, that's right, that's right. Prosecutor Godot, who is like mainlining coffee throughout the whole trial. I can't remember. It was somewhere between 13 and 17 was the most cups of coffee I think he drank in one trial. And by drank, I mean he picks up the mug and often slams the contents of it. Like he is given a fresh mug from off camera and just chugs it. And that happens over and over. But one of his I'm really angry gestures is to huck the cup of coffee across the room. At one time, he does say that he hit him with cold coffee. But at other times, they do kind of mention that it was hot coffee. And not in the Grand Theft Auto way. You've returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I, no? You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So this prosecutor, Asogi, had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Yeah. There's supposed to be anime gags, in that they just sort of brush it off. It's kind of the, it's like the anime dynamic entry trope, where often you will have a schoolgirl fly in from off camera and, like, you know, leaping drop kick somebody. And not only does nobody really question it, but the person lives through the aftermath that they present. Yeah, the Susato toss is a real anomaly in it, because she can control gravity. When she does that to somebody, their point of view implies that they've been stuck to the ceiling. Like every time you see her do that to Naruhodo, he is still looking her in the face, but upside down. She spins him and his feet land on the ceiling. Like, she doesn't throw him to the ground. She just inverts gravity for a single person. She has a legitimate superpower. Now, Judge Jigoku, who is presented as supposedly doing something similar, has killed someone. I assert that he has canonically killed someone. Because when Susato and her friend throw the reporter into the air, he lands and we subsequently see him alive again. And we don't actually see him the way he's fully falling. We see him chucked into the air. They're supposed to be upside down on the ground, Gumi, but the point of view of the camera is definitely not upside down on the ground. Like, you're not looking up, you're still looking him straight in the eyes. When Judge Jigoku threw the reporter into the air, We saw him fall. He falls head first, and we can see the point of that he had to impact the ground. That man is dead. Either that, or he is like 3 feet shorter and confined to a wheelchair. The man's spine is like missing most of its discs, or all of the discs are shaped like CDs now. He has become one of those Looney Tunes falling victims, or, something falling on their head victims, where the thing is removed and they're like an accordion. Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible. To think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. And all this started almost a year ago. Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Like, Sholmes examined the body and declared him dead, when he was most certainly alive. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge Jigoku? We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Or Professor Mikotoba. This must be quite a shock for him. Ah, yes, I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already? I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you've had a reply already? What was so urgent, though, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone. What a feast it is. If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. There's a healthy amount of very rich food. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding. Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. Iris once again turning an innocuous sentence into a threat by pulling a gun as she says it. Sit down and eat the food. In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well. Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there. Huh? Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening? Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy. For me? That's right, I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you. It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean. Ah, okay, we're gonna address this now. Cool. Oh? Iris, do you mean... Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened in to the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left. What? I love how emotive Sholmes is when he's upset or surprised. The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris's father. Yes, about that, Iris, you know I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. The pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Oh, no, that's quite all right. Why don't I get an apologetic pheasant? Where's my I'm sorry bird? So just who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. I mean, we could. You could absolutely tell us today, but you're just going to string us along. Listen, game, we've got about 2 hours. So then, let us dine while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious. As much as you like, there are always seconds. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. No, Koi, that's an I'm ambivalent to your contributions, Turkey. Or perhaps, you know, some, I resent the secret that you've kept from me the entire time that you've known me, Kidney Pie. It tastes very bitter. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Sholmes is very sulkily looking at the food. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless. Pouty Sholmes. I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes. Ah. Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy. Even though I've played the role of father to you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt, you're hungry to learn more of my deep love for game. I can hardly contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. Ha ha. Ha. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan, then? Ah, this? I thank my lucky stars it arrived in time. Record found is indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. Well, those 4 names? We've come across that exact same list before. Those were on the music box discs, the paired music box discs. The ones that if you combined on a particular player and played simultaneously, like the player had 2 sides to sync the timing, it was Morse code and it gave a list of names, like initials and names. They came upon it in that unforgettable case last spring. It was a closed room murder case. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. A. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. We didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So why are the names coming up again now? Yes, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes? I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. You asked Inspector Hosunaga to undertake such an onerous task for you? Okay. I like how the character portrait that they decided to go with for Inspector Hosunaga is the one in which he's wearing a old-style English bathing suit with a turtle strapped to his head. Like, of all of the costumes that he's worn, that's the one that they decided to show him with. The one that Suzato and Naruhodo have never seen him wear. Like, it's reasonable for us, the viewer, to remember that. But to have her be the one that calls out, oh, you mean him? And it shows him in his most ridiculous costume that she never saw. And in my name, wonder what guise he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand. Anyway, the list of names was found in Seishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... Oh no, you're correct, Gumi, you are correct. Because Susie was masquerading as a man so that she could be a defense lawyer for her school friend, who inexplicably could not recognize her. Boy, that guy on the defense that's defending me sure looks familiar. Kind of reminds me of Susie, but can't possibly be Susato because Susato's not a boy. Oh, it's the small mask worn over the eyes phenomenon, or even more obviously the Clark Kent and Superman phenomenon, where you know, Superman is essentially just Clark Kent without glasses and in a leotard. Superman is putting on his costume and somebody comes across him doing it and they're like, "Oh my God, Clark Kent, what are you doing?" And he snatches the glasses off his face and they're like, "Oh, my mistake. Sorry, Superman, you looked like somebody I knew." Yeah, I think it was kind of omnidirectional. I suspect that she was into um I can't remember what her pseudonym was. It was like a branch family of Naruhodos is what she was masquerading as. Um but I get the impression that her friend was into the defense attorney because he reminded her of Suzato. Sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient. I don't believe it. That doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. But that's what I am referring to, Gumi, is that it is she is into Suzato afterwards. Um because she and that she was only into the defense attorney because the defense attorney looked like Suzato to her. Like that's it. He looks deadly serious for once. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Buria, it was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. Completely taken in by the lie you told us, your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, I took pleasure in deceiving you. All that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. Huh? Hmm. Not sure. I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Miss Suzato. And then I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. You mean... The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. Now, this is the point where they're pulling a lot of the threads back together here. We're getting that convergence of subplots here. And this is one of the times when in the Phoenix Wright stories that it can be really cool, is where all of the little things seem to be coming together. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. There's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. You manipulated me? I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. It's like the number of times Sholmes just, like, blithely confesses to a crime. Like, oh, I stole it. I was quite sure you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it. My life is a lie. But if it was all contrived, I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? This is the disguise that the woman was wearing. One of the things during this moment, and the reason that she's holding scissors, is that she was going to cut off the long blonde hair that she had running down her back in this costume. Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. Blip. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. I seem to remember Miss Susato and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. Wonder if she made it to America, then. I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma from reaching Britain? The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see. Oh. An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand. Yes, very, very nice repeating of what was just said. Well done. And given the ability of all of the other characters to perceive the blue internal monologue that Ryunosuke is having, he is essentially just repeating it out loud. Need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. I don't care to talk about that. There's no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched, so... You obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found. A. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. But we only learnt of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. Oh. Okay, so the way they're paired is it's like... They've set it up so like, oh, it's Kazuma and Asashin, Gregson and Wilson. But what if it's vertically aligned? So Asashin after Wilson. As in, Asashin was to kill Wilson. And we know that Giselle... I believe it established that Giselle Brett is Asashin. Or vice versa, you know. What if it's that Kazuma was being sent to kill Gregson? And only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes, but at the time you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments. You're perpetually doing what? Ow. Never mind the details. Don't worry about the international espionage. That's not important right now. But you should know, no secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it. He's an expert lockpick. He steals a lot. He is really good at blackmailing people. Sholmes has a dark side, that's for sure. Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line. Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learnt of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. Looking real quick. Okay. So, the 2 names that are listed on this autopsy report, which were, this autopsy of a noble, which was unheard of, that Inspector Gregson pushed very hard for. This autopsy was pushed for by Gregson, and nominally, the document makes it seem like Wilson did the autopsy. But it wasn't really Wilson that did it, it was Miko Toba. So, Wilson and Gregson have been killed, and we have both of those names next to each other in the document. And then we have Asa Shin, who killed Wilson, and which leaves the pairing of Kazuma and Gregson. Now, how that'll all play out, I don't know, but that does tie Kazuma to Gregson in a fashion that happened well before he was going to come over to Britain. As it turns out, I was partly correct, and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names, because, you see, there was someone else on the list who I believe to be recently deceased. What? Who? A Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script, is actually, in fact, Miss Asa Shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed, and accordingly I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. Kei Asogi and T. Gregson. Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself, but I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain. Still twisty, though. Still twisty. So that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Exactly. So you already knew who Kazuma was, Mr. Sholmes. Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. So Dr. Wilson is dead, then. Oh, yeah, that's right. She didn't know that Wilson was dead. Because they all assumed Wilson was her father, so they had even intercepted Miko Toba talking about it at all in front of her. I didn't know. Oh, Iris. Oh, that's right. You didn't know. Oh, oops. I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. So we didn't want to hurt your feelings, so we all participated in an elaborate lie to deceive you. Aren't we good friends? What you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis. A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo? Ah, yes, you mean about Asa Shin, I presume. Oh, of course. Exactly, she wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. Ah. And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. What? Topsy? You know, in a turvy fashion. Or perhaps upside downy, if you will. What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I believed all 4 names on the list to be names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Asa Shin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status was being merely a front. Ah. Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asa Shin is because he was the target of an assassination. And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There is another among the 4, who subsequently became a visiting student. Wait, you mean... But of course, a name you know only too well. You mean Ozma? Gasp. We've kicked in the dramatic music here. Lots of strings. He did say in court earlier today, yes, on the 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. Yeah. Weasel words. Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now. Surely not. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. Yeah, this is... So they're the people that have gotten away with crimes being killed. But additionally, you could view the killings of Gregson, Wilson, and potentially other related people that I can't think of right now, as killings of people that have contributed to the wrong person being convicted. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say. Detailing an assassin exchange. Assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have gotten involved in something like that? So, Jigoku tried to intervene during Genshin Asogi's trial, and apparently got really upset. And now they're finding out that this document, a similar document, went to Jigoku's office, and that it was like a two-way exchange. So maybe Jigoku is taking action against the like, as part of that case, is saying like, hey, I am willing to help do this. So even if he is not the mastermind, he might be kind of part of the network in a way. Let's assume that we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those two parties will make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would be an assassin exchange. So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange. But what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Oh yeah. Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels. Highest levels? These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Kazuma was here for Gregson. Right, Koi. The point is the stabbing. At least the point is for stabbing. So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mark. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe. Mr. Sholmes. I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Yeah, so this is during the exhibition trial where the machine went wrong. Well, the fake machine was used to orchestrate a killing. Gregson confides in us that he's going to be leaving the country and he's going to take Ginny with him. That's what the passport would imply. So he was about to get out of the country, is what this indicates. Is that he got on that boat and had arrived over there. Yeah, they send a student with a sword. he gets over there to Britain, and they're like, what the hell? We sent you a trained assassin, like a famous assassin. Where's all these ninjas that you guys have, apparently? Can't we have just one ninja? Come on. Told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. That he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in. So, okay. So, presuming Kazuma is an assassin who wanted to kill Gregson, or that he is the one that killed Gregson. So, he follows Gregson on this investigation. They get to the boat together. Kazuma attacks him, potentially just injures him. But it looks like the attack was blocked by the trunk. Kazuma has been the apprentice of Von Zeeks and has had access to his office and similar. Von Zeeks lost his standard issue like judiciary pistol that all of them get. He doesn't know where it is. A pistol is found at the scene. Now, whether that is a pistol that Kazuma got because he has become a prosecutor, or the one that he, stole from Von Zeeks in order to use as the finishing blow against Gregson. Not certain. But this does very strongly implicate Jigoku. That trunk definitely seems like it was used to transport Gregson's body. Stuffed it in the fridge. Then stored it in the trunk, used the trunk to carry it to the scene of the false murder, dumped his body there, dumped off the wig that they used to mask themselves going into the building. It's unclear how they left after that. But yeah, seems like it's coming together. All right, everyone, that's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time. Quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember. It is a little bit sad, though. Huh? I mean, I liked the idea of you being my daddy. Modern slang has destroyed that word. Because then Susie would have been my big sister. I'm sorry, Iris. I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. So you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Runo to the floor. Yes, of course, it would be my pleasure. You didn't have to agree quite so readily. Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runo. Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. You must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. Iris's theme is very bouncy. Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now. Every time. It's one of her standard poses is she pulls out her little pistol, which she has described as it contains piping hot tea that can be sprayed out of it. But she'll say things like, there's something I need to do before tomorrow. In this case, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now. Pulls gun. Like, who's gonna die? Like, hang on, I need to go kill a man before the trial starts. Because it's for my big brother and sister. See, she's gonna go kill someone to make the trial go well for us. Oh, man. We can't continue the trial because the prosecutor is inexplicably dead. He seems to have been scalded to death by tea. What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what? You'll just have to wait and see. Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I mean, it's been a bit since she's pulled out the bazooka. They haven't explained the bazooka yet. We know that the grenade launcher fires colored smoke bombs. Oh, the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths whilst posing new conundrums. Yeah, when we encountered Gina, she has a grenade launcher that fires smoke bombs. It turns out that I think she tried to steal it from Iris, and Iris uses her as a guinea pig for new grenades as a result. As in, she makes her use them. When we first encountered Iris, when she was confronting Gina about the grenade launcher, she pulled out a bazooka with it had both an actual scope and a heart-shaped iron sight on it. The bazooka has not yet been explained. I'm guessing that if the pistol fires the hot tea, in liquid form, that maybe the bazooka fires the whole thermos at once. So that you can get kind of a high-impact weapon paired with the splash effect of the scalding tea afterwards. A list of four names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office in the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. We had speculated on that, Gumi. I feel like there's two ways that Iris's life can go. Like, the way that she makes things. It's either going to be, girl genius, great detective, or she's going to try to dominate London with a giant mechanical spider. I feel like it's one of those two things. I guess you could swap out Spider for something cute, given her predilection for, heart-shaped things and, stuffies. but giant mechanical something. She's either going to follow in Sholmes's footsteps, or at some point she's going to have some sort of psychotic break and become a supervillain. As though I had been plunged into an ever greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Yeah, but it's while they were steam engines that they presented, you have to kind of look at the spider from Wild Wild West as more of a, I'd almost say it's a coal burning like robot as opposed to a steam powered robot. Steampunk stuff tends to be presented much more clean wise as far as like how the energy is generated inexplicably. Like you'll have a lot of pressurized tubes and whatnot, but no indication of how the steam is produced. You also tend towards a lot of like polished wood and brass, you know, with steampunk stuff. Really fancy vibe to it. Which is why a lot of steampunk settings aren't steampunk settings, they're just steam tech settings. Um, the punk suffix in a setting is meant to describe a at the cost of humanity kind of thing. Like it's tech, but with a cost a human cost to it. So cyberpunk settings usually have like really fancy, super high tech, lots of neon and whatnot. But then you have like streets full of the impoverished and people that are like suffering with like really bad alley technology and whatnot, stuff that is wrecking their life. Very like super post corporate. But steampunk settings are usually kind of idealistic, where everybody's got all these new things, like there's cars sooner or flying machines or whatnot, and usually people aren't being screwed over by it. Uh, generally, generally in punk settings, people are suffering because of the way society has gone, how the tech has gone. In some fashion, you've got to establish that. Otherwise, it's not really a punk setting. Or at least that's what I've been led to believe over time. Bioshock, the Bioshock series, especially the early ones, could be viewed as a really good kind of like steampunk style setting because it is very dystopian. And the technology they use is that sort of like there's a lot of liquid tubes, you know? Bioshock Infinite is a bit of a different tech style, but it's the same vibe. there's this amazing technology that they use and these advancements that they have, but part of the society uh, is kind of bad. Even more so if there's that fundamental um, erosion of humanity in multiple ways. Like cyberpunk settings tend to present that as um, part of the technology is the replacement of your body with machinery. So you both have the degradation of the human spirit with the super corporations who just dominate society and everybody is just kind of ground underneath them. But then you also have the physical degradation of humanity by having people consider it a part of their life to replace their body with either crude parts because it's a necessity, because they think it's cool, whatever it is. But they're removing their humanity in multiple ways in cyberpunk settings. Um, in like the Bioshock series, they often do it by things like the plasmids, where it like subtly mutates you, and in some of the cases, eventually mutates you and drives you mad, so that the people are becoming almost like bestial and rapidly like killing each other and whatnot. So you get that vibe. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice, and the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at the heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, whatever reason, I still have problems starting to say judiciary. Like, I've got to give it a run up. Got to be prepared to say it. That we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. So saith the unicorn. So, yes, that's my intention. Big stretch from Ember here. Let's do a kitty check before we proceed here. Oh, okay, here, we got a double kitty. Bottom center, we have Mason and Sherbet. Trying to remember which one. I remember them using the unicorn emblem for one of the Gundam series at least. I don't recall which one. Or which part, ultimately. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. I guess I'll allow you. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. Ah. goober indeed there, huh? You did what now? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this one day. Cosmo. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. Point. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. How you doing today there, me? Cosmo's bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Cosmo standing before us? Susato, you've been in denial about Cosmo's change in behavior that you've seen since he's shown back up. I feel like you really need to move on. As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. I realize this guy has been implicated in the events surrounding the killing of the victim in this case, and that he seems to have a grudge against the defendant. But I feel like we should still let him be the prosecutor. Okay, everybody? Nobody disagrees? All right, let's go. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Yes, my lord. Sure, whatever. Unicorn. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearings of Barak von Zeeks. The defense is ready. The prosecution is more than ready. Cosmo once again. Nuh-uh, the prosecution is more ready. Very well then, this preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin. Very dramatic lead-in to this session. I recall seeing the title of that, Koi. If you wish, my lord, the prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Dramatic point. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last, then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Smack. Come here, Ember. Come here. Come here now. Ember is undecided as to whether she wants to actually sit on my lap. At the moment, she's happy just rubbing her face all over the microphone stand. Come on, Ryunosuke, it's time. Come on, you. No. Let me just chew. Okay, you're not going to chew on that. You're not chewing on that, you. But I want to chew on it. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Judge Jigoku, busting out his I'm super evil outfit for this session in court. Black, gold, and red. He just needs a sinister helmet to wear, and he is a soldier of the evil empire. You know. Come on, Tass. Anybody that busts out like a black, gold, and red uniform in an anime is either going to be the the Dark Lancer character, or they're going to start goose stepping at any moment. He hasn't pulled a gun yet, Koi. His Shadow the Hedgehog cosplay is definitely incomplete. So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena? I did what was necessary. Yeah, he does give me police chief vibes from the Phoenix Wright series. Especially with that laugh. The really, like, congenial face he's got in that laugh. And we've already seen how he, like, some of his I am upset by this face, too. I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. What's your deal, Ember? Huh? Huh? Hmm? I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancied a young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself. And now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. Yeah. Hard police chief vibes. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. And then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Table thump. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I declined to comment. Yep. This is 100% how the police chief operated. Is he's going to play a card that says, I don't have to testify. Which is a gimmick that they used in that later case in Phoenix Wright, where he initially declines, but because the way the trial is going, he has to like jump out and say, no, wait, I'll testify, because it's going badly for him if he doesn't. And as soon as he says he will testify once, he has to continue testifying. What now? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be a questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. Amber, I need you to stop that. But I see a zip tie. However, being an alien, I've obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. It's remarkably effective. I'm just trying and only partially succeeding to multitask. A year ago in Japan, the murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right, and you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. Okay, just a moment, just a moment. There. I had to clip the trailing end of a zip tie. Because she is the second one tonight to just lock onto it as soon as she noticed it. Troublemaker. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? I think it's the telegram, but let's save it in case there's some wiggliness here. Wiggly.
Take that!
This telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Yeah. It's very much the I'm a really friendly guy. I'm, laughing and clapping and just being real congenial, but very obstructive. And then you say something that he doesn't like, and his whole demeanor shifts. You little. Where did you get that? In Tokyo, from your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you? What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? Sherbet has come out to play again here. Well, to snooze on a heating pad. The list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. That was some time ago that we did that stream. This has been a long set of games. That's a living swan on her hat. But her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from I can word. Her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shin and her victim, J. Wilson. In the murder that just took place in London was the counterpart to that crime, an assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police officer Tobias Gregson. K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, desk thump, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. I feel like there's a sort of slice of life anime, like a school social kind of anime being described here. It could be like some form of harem anime, like your Hime style anime or something like that, and hijinks ensue, kind of like Assassination Classroom, but without aliens. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? Desk thump. The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Angry. Judge Jigoku? What's this all about? Oh, yeah. Assassination Classroom is a ride, isn't it? I can't recall. Where did they first get the tentacle cells? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard. Point, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Rinosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. I mean, irrelevant, but let's continue. You deliberately avoided saying a name. unicorn. Well, frankly, I only ever read through the Assassination Classroom manga, so... there may have been variations. The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? He's going to turn all happy again soon. His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point to this that this new development brings to light. Trying to remember, there are some really good ones in that vein. I'll have to see if I can look it up later. Another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. Yep. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well, then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. Sad anime, I think, is one of those... it's not easy to execute, but it tends to be really good when it is executed, you know? It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant that the young man was unable to carry out his mission. The evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so I clearly can't be involved. So you admit it, then, that as this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here. Use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. You should be ashamed of yourself. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. What now? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Kazuma? Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. No. Not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. Okay. So we established that the tip of your sword is embedded in the metal trunk of the victim, and that there is blood on the same metal trunk. Additionally, we have a document that says that you were associated with the victim in an apparent assassination plot. You have admitted that you were willing to take part in the plot, but you're claiming that, oh, but it never actually happened. I don't see how that's unrelated. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk, because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barak von Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. We're back to the really, really, really shaky accusation portion. Unicorn. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge, such as the witness, could hope to execute. Someone like me, perhaps. Long pause. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it's not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassination exchange plot. Let's just not talk about that anymore. It's definitely not related to this case. Just set that aside. We have a kangaroo court to continue. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Let's get a save down here. It is funny, Koi, that the War on Emus both exists and that it was lost.
Hold it!
A year ago, when Cosmo was still in Japan, then? Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. Hey, I've heard that you're really good at practicing law. How are you at murder? Yep. They massively over-equipped a bunch of random dudes into, like, small militia forces and went to war with large birds. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. I wasn't expecting him to actually say my joke. Surely not. I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. It was part of the form. I mean, explicitly, when you applied for the study tour, there was a checkbox that asked if you were willing to commit murder on an international level, or else you wouldn't be considered. You checked the box. Are you telling us we should just tear up the application now? I can't remember exactly how things were going wrong, Koi. But I think expense was one of the things that it kind of turned into a boondoggle, you know? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination? The scholarship was really good. You don't understand. Like, you gotta weigh the pros and cons of this kind of thing, Ryunosuke. Tuition is expensive. Bullets, much less expensive. The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time, an agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. Extracurriculars are very important in study. You can't over-focus. You gotta make sure you broaden things at least a little bit. You know, little bit of philosophy, little bit of legal studies, basics of stabbing 101. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart. Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then? Unicorn. Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku. Spurious. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked a Sogi and explained the details of the plan to him. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. Press. Why, Cosmo? Why did you pick him as the assassin? He seemed really into it at the time. He's the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life. As his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer. It was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. Well, you see, Koi, Kazuma was very motivated to get out there and start doing some stabbing because his dead father had left him the family sword. And it would seem like betrayal of the lineage if he didn't at least use it a little. I mean, and, you know, you don't make a mess where you sleep. So it seemed like a good idea at the time to travel to Britain to do the stabbing. Because then it's not anybody you know or that might really know you. It's just efficiency. It's practicality. And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi. And, outside of joking, in the plot of this, that seems to be the idea. Is that by having the killings take place, having the killings perpetrated by foreign nationals between nations that have a vested interest in not rocking the boat between each other, it allows them to knock out those targets without causing problems. Yeah, that is... Since we found out that Kazuma's father was named Genshin Asogi, that's been a repeating thing, Koi. I mean, it does make the trial more interesting if the murderous rampage of Genshin Impact is the source of a drama that would extend 10 years into the future when the successor of Genshin Impact arrives on the scene in order to seek justice for its predecessor. The sequel to Genshin Impact gets a lot darker, it would seem. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi. But why was Inspector Gregson the target? Ah, impactful. I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you? Judge Jigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time. The defense really ought to catch up. With what? With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi. That last statement.
Hold it!
I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage in Britain to Britain in January. We're going to try to get through at least a substantial part of Jigoku's testimony here, get to, like, the next key moment. But we're going to start wrapping up soon. So we'll see if we make it. Next 40 minutes-ish. Just a heads up. Word arrived at the Ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement. And there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. This was Sholmes's action there. Essentially blocking that part of the plot. My hands were completely tied. So Mr. Sholmes' strategy worked perfectly. He predicted everything that would happen. Months later, my memory returned. But I'd never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? The way they show Jigoku when he's kind of angry, he would be very suited to, like, a tricorn hat. Maybe some, long matchsticks in his beard. The propensity to say avast and R. I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. Unicorn. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. You have some means of substantiating this plea?
Hold it!
Outside your cabin in the first-class area of the SS Grouse, you mean? Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger early in the year, I imagine. Wrong boat. Liner operator, so, like, the company, I believe is what they're getting at. Liner operators had taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? The emergency drill is what we need to present for this statement. Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. I get that they're trying to imply that the guy's exceptionally burly, so his outfit doesn't fit, but I feel like what we're actually seeing, especially given that we can see he has an undershirt, is that their uniform has a bare midriff. Are you okay, Sherbet? Okay, then. I don't know what that was. Just startled himself awake, I guess. At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for his return. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly, as I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crew let 2 potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of sentries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts, too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. And then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes. He glared at me as I walked past. Very mean. You see, that proves it. A shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. press this may be the thing here. The crewman who is standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. Yeah, this is where we use the emergency thing. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that. I don't think that word means what you think it means. But wait, there's more. What about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them would have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired. Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash. Oh? You will recall that my cabin was in the first class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go. I had a good cabin, not like you poors do. I didn't mean... But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. What's that? A bullet hole? Oh yes, you're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet. That's the hole in this argument. Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and would never have made it to Britain in the first place. Unicorn. Very true, the witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord. I know Kazuma's already admitted to taking on the incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by someone else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable, using Kazuma's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan. But I think Kazuma's manipulated Judge Jigoku, too. He completely double-crossed him. Oh dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma's part. One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think the murder must have happened aboard that steamship. So you mean Judge Jigoku must be lying? I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment. You must destroy him, Mr. Naruto. That escalated really fast. Save here. Evidence. Evacuation drill. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What now? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? I crumpled it up and threw it away. How could you possibly have gotten that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. We were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m., and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts, and during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. Desk thump. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Objection!
Desk thump. A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke, but it amounts to nothing. What now? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Point. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Oh, conjecture. Like your entire case? So we can throw out conjecture, you say? Very true. Well, counsel? Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. Unicorn. We'll present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. Okay. Actual proof. Oh, yeah. The winder. Examine it first. These little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part on the top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it? It's called the crown, I believe. Watch would be quite useless without one. The crown, like what sits on top of a monarch's head, is a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually, yes, Mr. Naruhodo? If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. Nice. By monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have. Gasp.
Take that!
Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch? And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Ah. The implication potentially being that he was accosted while winding the watch, how it snapped off. Because he wound the watch every evening. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. Grr. Thump. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. All we needed was a murder weapon for that to be a clue accusation. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. What now? Your argument sounds entirely plausible. Or a lie. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What now? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry now? If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Unicorn. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge that he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. I totally perjured myself, but that's okay, right? I won't do it again. Oh, well, as long as you promise it's okay, I guess. Very well, then. It's okay. Go ahead. May proceed with giving your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice, not like I just did. Oh, dear. All right, we are going to stop here for the night, folks. So let me just get an immediate save in so I don't forget. Button. Button. Oh, so what'd you think so far, folks? I thought that we might be getting to the end, but clearly there is still more to go. I don't know how much more, but we've got at least one more stream out of this. Uh, Personally, I think that they are still trotting out some shaky arguments on the side of the prosecution. Um, we don't even have the excuse that the judge is being really stupid, like we see in some of the Ace Attorney ones, or that uh, that the jury is biased. It's that the prosecution is saying bad things, like not great things. So hopefully, we're going to get a solid resolution to this. But we will see that resolution. Oh, ooh, throat's getting a little sore tonight. Let's see. Let's see. What is my schedule for the remainder of the week? Schedule. Here we go. Okay. So, tomorrow we're going to be playing a game called Missing Children. It's by Chilla's Art. They do some, it's kind of like indie light horror games. They have a couple that are kind of active, don't get killed kind of games. Um, those don't look interesting at all. But they have a lot of others that are kind of like narrative, like urban legend horror as well. But this one seems to be a semi-investigation kind of thing. Could be neat. Um, then we have on Russ. Okay, no, I'm sorry. That's on Thursday. That's on Thursday that it is uh, Missing Children. Then on Saturday, we're going to be doing Paranormal VHS, which is another kind of spooky walk through it kind of ambient horror game. And lastly, on Sunday, we're going to be continuing our Monster Hunter World collab. Um, I have been diligently uh, whacking my computer with a baseball bat in order to try to get it to submit to actually working this time. So hopefully we won't have the sort of auditory and memory leak issues that we had last time, at least if my computer knows what's good for it. So yeah, that's the rest of the week. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like and subscribe down below. There's also a link to my Linktree, which includes links to my Discord server, as well as my Patreon and my coffee. I do hope to see you in the later ones, and I hope everybody has a good night. So, catch you folks later.